We're just hanging out here is what we're doing. We've got plenty of work to do. We are all one. Yeah, sure. We'll take it. Let us all be one together. What did I do here? Nothing. Nothing has happened here. Oh, the usual then. So, poking around, reminding myself how this game works. We've got several projects in place for our main colony. Working on getting access to space so that we can build solar arrays. Working on getting a pump into the brine here, and maybe doing like some other setup stuff here, in order to... unreachable. That seems unlikely. Insufficient resources is far more probable, but also unlikely, actually. Working on getting... I guess working on building another one of these things, so that we can create more oxygen in my poor colony. Get out all of the green oxygen, so I'm using only blue oxygen, because green oxygen is bad for everybody's mental health, even if it is breathable. And then we got the other colony, in which things are happening, presumably. I don't actually remember which things. I think there's a lot of nothing going on over here. I guess we were trying to set up a ranching facility for the Puffs. And I don't... I think I didn't have a good reason as to why I was doing this. It was just a thing that I was capable of doing, so I was going to try to do it. Maybe, like, I wanted a place... I think I wanted a place to store my chlorine. So we decided as long as I'm storing chlorine, I might as well start ranching Puffs. Which, to be honest, does not seem unreasonable to me. Like, as long as chlorine is a thing I am trying to keep together, I might as well store Puffs in it. So, I guess that's where we're at. And someone is idle. Someone has nothing to do. Someone has found something to do. Good. Can I click on things? Am I allowed to click on things? Thank you. What are you doing? Life support trend. Cool. Alright, so people have what to do. This stuff is still waiting for deliveries. That's fine. We should probably clean this out. And then, are the pipes fully built here? No pipes are built here at all. Ah, my favorite. Okay, so I guess let's finish building this out. Because this is a thing that still needs to be built out. So this is pumping out very hot gas. With which what? What am I doing with this very hot gas? Oh, I was gonna use this to warm up the slush. That's what I was gonna do. Man. That's what I was gonna do. Okay. Where am I getting water for this? I need to find water. Presumably, coming out of here, it's going to be warm enough, so I could sieve it here and send it up. That might be a good idea. Is that a good idea? It's not an unreasonable idea. Where else would I be getting my water from? I guess from over here. I would just split this off and send it all the way back. Do I need multiple sieves in order to run this thing? This thing appears completely backed up. This is, like, running maybe half the time at the moment. Something just teleported in. Ah, that's what happened. I chose a thing. That's why it was all bright. Okay. At the very least, we need to set up power here. Since all of this is supposed to work together. All right, so the automation is set up correctly. That's good. And then this is also going to need a gas filter at some point. So I guess let's get this piping set up. We need... So this is going to go out to here, but also filtered out into oxygen. And then this goes over to here. And then this comes to a filter. So the filter has to be here. Incoming from here, outgoing joins up with this. How did I do it over here? How does this look? I see. Seems reasonable. And then this went out into a cold biome in order to cool down, which is a reasonable thing for that to do. I think we decided we were going to send it through to the polluted water, right? That was the plan? We're going to pipe this warm oxygen through the polluted area, and then we can pipe it back out into, like, here or something, and get all of this green crap out of the way. Seems reasonable? Seems reasonable. Yeah. All right, I like this plan. I like this plan. This is a good plan. Or as good a plan as we're likely to get. I guess the way I want to do it then is pump it through the insulated tiles. So we'll pump it out around this way, up through the insulated tiles, and then back out this way. Alright, cool. So back to the ventilation overlay. Let's make this work. We have pipe running... Some of this pipe needs to be... Because the hydrogen is going to be very warm, right? So maybe this should be insulated pipe. All of this should be insulated. Anything that's outside of here should be insulated. I think we were planning on running... we should probably do the plumbing first. Actually, now that I think about it. Oh, this is difficult. I did not leave myself much room to work with here. I maybe need to redo this. As long as this is sealed off, I have enough room. Why do I have this sealed off? I guess because I was explicitly going to rework this. Like, turn this into a warm area for heating up this instead of for heating up the brine? Is that what I was gonna do? Man, I sure wish I could remember what I was gonna do. Oh, somebody got skill points. You like skill points, right? Look at you excited about suit wearing. Alright, I can get you closer to suit wearing. Oh, maybe I just don't spend this point, actually. Your morale is not in a super great place. At least you're not unhappy. But you're not at, you know, 33. Leave that skill point unspent. Alright, plumbing then, right? Plumbing? Plumbing? Let's start with the plumbing? Let's start with the plumbing. This is going to get deconstructed. So that I can run it this way. and leave a little bit more room in here for other connections. That means I'm going to have to open this up in order to walk through here and actually build stuff there. All right, the next step is getting water into here. And is it unreasonable to just take this water and have it go that way? Or what is the best way to manage this? What is the best way to manage this? Or set up a new sieving facility out on this end that we then have to additionally provide power for. I mean, I guess this setup can be the power for it, so it's not like it's hard. Oh, and this needs power, too. Okay, well, we can make that happen. And... Yo, Darkstar! Thank you so much for the continued support. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. 31 months. Heck yeah, dude. Thanks for hanging out. How am I doing thing? Alright, we're just gonna pump from over here, is what we're gonna do. Plumbing, go. So let's do the thing. Rather than forcing it to actually split, we're just going to set up a bridge to steal literally all of the available water. That's fine. I don't mind. And then we have to get the water over there. To here. Do I just literally, like, all the way across? Are pipes ugly? Pipes are neutral. Gas is ugly? Gas is neutral. I guess it's just power. Huh. Who could have predicted this turn of events? Okay. In that case, yeah, let's just run it across. Seems fine. Bridge, connect green to the white, connect green to the white. Cool. Alright, that is a thing for people to go do. Great. Next... Actually, just let them get started on this. There is plenty to do over here. Go do things. We can figure out other things later. That is enough of a project for now. This, likewise, is a project. So, yeah. So dupes have plenty what to do over here. Let's check out the other colony. What are people up to over here? How's this looking? I'm looking at the gas layer, because this is what I care about. Where is the chlorine? And what are we doing about it? So I think the next step is to open this up and start pulling the puffs in. Once I'm ready, right? Like, we should have this area more filled with chlorine than it currently is, and maybe have opened this up for whatever reason. The usual reasons, I suppose. Because I am interested in getting somebody vacillated. And, what else needs to happen on this base? Also start doing space things? Start going to space? Stuff is really cold up here, isn't it? On account of it's got proximity to space. It's actually not that cold. Wow. I would have expected this area to be way colder. But I guess we're only in the 0°C area instead of the -70°C area. Well, that's nice. That makes it even easier to go to space over here. I think we do need some metal refining, though. We do not have a good source of metal in this area. Alright, so mostly what they're doing over here is cleaning up, which means it's time to open space into a new space. Like here. Can we dismantle this? Absolutely we can. Love it. We can dismantle everything in here. If I go into the automation overlay, I want to turn all of this into raw materials. Give it to me. And then somebody will get vacillated. It'll be great. It'll be a lot of fun. And then after that, something. Presumably. What else am I doing on this colony? I guess going to space is a good idea. For the same reason it was a good idea in other colonies. I should, I suppose, deconstruct all of the glass. Also, we need to take this tile apart so that we can actually get up here. Who am I vacillating? Who wants to do it? Digger guy? Probably Digger guy. I don't think I have a space guy. So let's give it to Digger guy. Minor skin irritation. Yep, you're hanging out in the chlorine. That was always gonna happen. Time for someone to get in the device. Oh, inspected. What's the log entry? Deep diver's lungs. Excellent. This duplicant has a fairly impressive ability to hold their breath. This breath. Well done. Memory dysfunction log. Traditionally, cloning produces a subject that is genetically identical to the donor, but develops independently, producing a being that is in its own way unique. The pod, conversely, attempts to print an exact atomic copy. Theoretically, all neural pathways should be intact and identical to the original subject. It's fascinating, given this, that memories are not already inherent in our subjects. However, no cloned subjects as of yet have shown any signs of recognition when introduced to familiar stimuli, such as the donor subject's enclosure. Memories must be embedded within the physical brain maps of our subjects. The only question remains how to activate them. Hormones? Chemical supplements? Situational triggers? I'm gonna pause because these idiots don't have a project right now. The director seems eager to move past this problem, and I am concerned at her willingness to bypass essential stages of the research development process. Concerned but not surprised. We cannot move on to the fine polish of printing systems until the core processes have been perfected, which they have not. Dr. Broussard, signing off. Alright then. Why are these not deconstructed, is my question. Please continue deconstructing these. Thank you. Can open this door. This needs to be recharged. If it is going to be used again. I doubt that it is. But I appreciate that it's a possibility. We have now regained some refined metals, which is nice. We can use this copper for the purposes of doing things. Probably. Purpose of doing things? I don't know what things, but some things. If I went to metal here, do we have refined metals just lying around? We did in the other colony. Lead. is an auto-refined metal. If I go digging all the way down here, where all of the heat is. Seems like a bad place to go digging, if I, had to make guesses about good places versus bad places. This is, in fact, where all of the heat lives. So if we are okay with letting all of the heat into our base, then we can go digging in here. But, you know. Maybe not soon. Maybe once I am ready to set up the fracking procedures, which I am very, very not ready to do. Just ridiculously unready. Did we ever find the other teleporter? We never did we? Which is fascinating to me. I guess it's got to be out here somewhere. Which means that the time has come for more digging, ladies and gentlemen. There is a bunch of water up here. So if I'm going to dig up here, I should make a pit for the water. That seems reasonable. Priority. Make the bottom part a higher priority. Higher priority. And then begin the digging. Alright, now these guys have what to do. Kind of. This is not enough of a project, for sure. There definitely needs to be more project in this. I am not positive what that project looks like, though. Is it just the ranching? Do we even have anybody here who can ranch? I'm gonna need to send someone over here who can ranch, huh? Oh, this is ready. Is this ready? This is what I was working on. I don't know if it's ready. It looks like it's all built. Does that mean it's ready? Does that mean it is time to turn on the devices? Might be time to turn on the devices. Where is chlorine coming from at the moment? This is connected to here and here. Right now it's just carbon dioxide. Okay. I guess that's understandable. I think this wasn't working, was the problem I was running into. And I didn't want it just constantly pumping. But this is where I want all of the chlorine to be stored. Maybe I need a gas tank as well. So that if this can't pump, at least there is chlorine. But then it needs to be filtered, huh? And right now it's not being filtered. This is just pumping directly into there. So we can't do it here. But we can do it in between. Show me ventilation displays. From here, this can pump into a gas tank and then pump into the pump, the actual vent. That would require a slight amount of additional finagling. But we can finagle. I have finagled in the past. Can this just start? There's like no oxygen anywhere in the base right now. I think it needs to start running. And we can figure out why it's not working later. We just need to turn it on. I mean, there's chlorine everywhere now, and that blows for sure. Idle. That's unacceptable. So this all got finished then. This is all working correctly. Well, for some value of working correctly. This now appears to be working correctly. So we can open this up a little bit. This needs to be filtering hydrogen. Gold? Who's pumping, like, gassed gold? Jesus Christ, what heat would that have to be at? And there's no place to put all of this. All of the storage is filled up? All of the storage is filled up. Is it time to start making more storage? Is that what this is? No. This is specifically dirt. Ah, yes. Dirt. Where am I gonna store more things, you guys? What does a man have to do in order to create storage? That is some amount of storage. Not a lot of storage. This can also be storage, I suppose. Okay, so that means that the plumbing is now set up correctly, which means we can set up the hydrogen flow, because that's the next bit. Or the ventilation, rather. So first off, we have insulated gas pipe here. This needs to connect to the filter, but it doesn't need to be insulated to do so. We do want it to be insulated from here out. And then we have normal gas pipe to here. And this is going to send extremely warm gas all the way out. So from here, we start being insulated. And from here, we start being radiant. And then this can be regular gas pipe. And we'll vent it out here. Yeah, seems good. Is there anything that is, like, drastically a problem with this? I think this is fine. And then the next step, the step after this, is getting liquid pipe into here as a way to heat up the brine, which means we need to start working on the brine as well. We need to open this up, clear this out from all of the garbage. Speaking of garbage, we can, in fact, continue to work on the water over here. More ice blocks. You know what? It's now time to mass produce ice blocks. Why build one when you could build 3? Or more? Since this is where all of the ice is being stored. Ice and snow. This is the land of the ice and snow. Well, I guess this is the relocation of the ice and snow. This is the land of the ice and snow. But the ice and snow does not stick around for long. Mop up any polluted water that ends up over here. We do not want this area covered in polluted water. And that seems good. That is yet more work that people can go accomplish. Go! Accomplish work! Just look at all the work they can do. I wonder why I never finished this. This feels like it's a thing that is reasonable to do. Yeah? Hypothermia. It's already happened. Well, I'm sorry, Rowan. I'm sorry that it has come to this. We got more skill points? Are these more skill points than previously? Because we are still not giving Devonok this skill point. Liam can definitely learn more things. What do we want Liam to learn? Liam, what are you up to? Probably improved construction right now. But let me confirm what Liam's priorities are. Liam, what are you doing with your life? Literally nothing? No priorities? Never prioritizing anything? Okay. Okay, I get it. Which means you're just gonna do things top down. What do I actually want you doing, then? Let's have you not be doing farming or ranching. We got people who are better equipped to do that. Which isn't to say I don't want you doing it. I mean, I kind of don't want you doing it. But I want the people who are better at it doing it first. So you can do it last. If that's all that's left to do, then you can do it. But, you know, don't do it first. Building first? I mean, I guess the stuff that you're good at first, right? Supplying and storing. And then building? Not unreasonable. Alright, Liam. Oh, I guess I was just gonna keep giving you carrying. Okay, well, that's not unreasonable either. There you go. Go do those things. Oh, you could wear the plumbing hat. I don't think anybody's wearing the plumbing hat. Literally no people in my base are wearing the plumbing hat, but several people could be. Liam, Regnar, Ruby. Kind of like giving it to Ruby. Ruby right now is wearing the good at carrying hat, which also many people could wear. But check out this sweet plumbing hat. Because we do have 2 unhatted right now. I bet Rowan could wear carrying too. And Frankie... Oh, Frankie has a lot of options. Huh. Maybe you wear the exosuit hat. That's a pretty sweet hat. It's the same as the work in progress skill. The suit. All the suit wearing skills have the same hat. It's like nifty little visor thing. Ooh, rocket piloting. We could also give the rocket piloting hat to someone. Oh, you can wear the visor. It's a good visor. Sure, seems fine. No problems here. So yeah, plenty to do over here. Are there more skills? Oh, there are plenty of skills. There are so many skills. Lunar. Also carrying? Also carrying. Sure. Regnar. I've already given you also carrying. Well, looks like these are all the things that you want to do. and some things that you don't really want to do, but we're told to do anyway. And, your morale is not super high, so maybe we don't give you additional skills. I think we just leave this be. I think that's as good as it's gonna get. Okay, cool. So we are already at the point where we are no longer handing out skills to people because of morale. Which, that's something. Should probably deconstruct all of this automation out here, too, huh? Continue getting free refined metals. I like that. Do I want them to prioritize the storage? I mean, they have plenty to do, right? So it's not a big deal either way. Alright, and then I need to check temperatures, now that this has been piping for a while. It looks like it's positive. By the time it gets out here, it's like... not quite positive, is it? Barely negative. But still negative. Oh, because this place is cold now. This place is just straight up cold. We have cooled this off rather than heated up the piping. This is what's going on. Oh, jeez. That's remarkably unhelpful. It's actually colder here than it is over... No, it's the same temperature, but still. God damn. So how are we gonna make this better? I guess we open up this. Does the opening this up cause the hotted stuff to come up faster? Is that a good idea? I mean, this place is already just filled chock full of hydrogen and chlorine anyway. So it's not like opening this up causes any additional problems. All right, all the glass down here. What do I do about this? At least by the time it gets here, it's probably not negative? Is that what we decided? Barely not negative. I'll take it. I mean, that's all I need, right? Barely not negative is sufficient. Barely not negative is sufficiently not negative. Should just disable this building. We don't want any of this running. And right now it is completely capable of running. Please disable this building before anything else happens. Hello? Somebody please come disable this building. Thank you. Alright, now what? They have what to do. Well, they'll do it eventually. I don't need to worry about it. This is the only thing I need to worry about, and I need to decide how much I want to worry about it. That is currently unclear to me. It's not going to warm up just by virtue of being here, right? We need to... It's like kind of working over here. these tiles require metals. If I want to be able to get air through tiles, the tiles must be built of metals, okay? I am receiving notice that Twitch down is completely down. Or Twitch chat is completely down. Okay. Great, great. So there is chat going on in the Discord. All right. Well, I'm sorry to hear that Twitch chat is completely off. And I'll see if I can look at things. Making engineering mistakes. Oh no, I'm sorry, Cryptomancer. I can try and pull this out. How do I actually do this? Well, it sucks that chat's not working. I don't really know what to do with it, though. Only part of Twitch working is stream. I see. Well, that also sucks. But at least stream can happen. So that's something. That's better than nothing. All right. Well, I'll try and look at Discord as much as I can. I don't really know what to do with this either. Is there a way for me to pull this out? Is there a way for me to look at this and still be able to, like, just replace Twitch chat with my Discord? It's not a very good way to do this thing. All right, well, the Steam ping got through, so that worked. That's something. I guess it's working for some people and not everybody. That happens. What is... I wish I could do, like, a pop-out window from Discord, but I don't know... I don't think I know how to do that. Problematic. Also, Cryptomancer tells me I'm making engineering mistakes. What engineering mistakes am I making? What am I doing wrong? What have I done wrong? Quick, before I unpause and they actually finish building it. How can I do this? Need to be able to, like, shrink other windows so that I'm only looking at the chat part. And I don't know how to do that. I'm not even sure that I can do that in Discord. Like, make part of the windows... Oh, for the hydrogen. Okay. So it's a minor mistake. It doesn't matter. That's fine. That's not going to cause problems. It's just slightly wasteful. I'm okay with it. From when I was dismantling things? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, well, we figured it out. It's fine. It's really not a big deal. Always mistakes. I know. Everything is a mistake. Everything is a mistake all the time. If I'm not making mistakes, I'm not really living. Is this Jeremy water? No. Amazing. How did this get here? Hey, Lunar, how's it going? Ah, all of the Double Fine games that I've never played. Okay, yeah. Good recommendation. I've heard good things about Double Fine games. Somebody was saying that I should play Brutal Legend. That's probably true. I should probably play Brutal Legend. I mean, this really feels like a game where the whole point is to make mistakes so that next time you don't have to. Oh, all of Twitch chat is finally working. Welcome back. Welcome back, Twitch chat. I missed you. I missed you. Alright, well, this can continue going. They can just keep doing things. I believe in them. And then, do we have what to do over here? Did they build out the thing? This is still in progress. This needs to be dug out. And then we'll have a water pit over here. That's all I ever wanted, was another water pit. Aha! I did find the thing. I knew it was going to be over here. For some value of new. More water? Do I just want to dig this out and have this be like a full water pit? Now that I don't have any other water pit anywhere in my base? Oh yeah, we didn't have water. That was the thing I needed to fix. Was finding water for this base. Not that it actually, like, drastically needs it, but we're going through the food kind of quickly. So we need to have, like, water and farming at some point. Worst thing about Brutal Legends, the plot feels like a movie that had some scenes cut out and they didn't do anything to replace the... Okay. Okay. I understand. I'm just like, I'm so impressed that we have liquid salt over here. That's not a thing I ever expected to see. We do have all the ethanol out here. Not that I have a particular use for it yet, but it does exist. It is real. Well, we've somehow managed to contain all the germies. That's amazing. Is it by virtue of having regular oxygen and polluted oxygen? By virtue of deodorizer doing the work? You're live! Welcome, Devinok. Glad to see things are working out for you. So this is mostly working, yeah? There's still, like, polluted oxygen in places. And chlorine in places. I see. I see. I don't know what to do about chlorine in the base. That's frustrating. I can't assume that it'll get picked up by a thing. Right? The likelihood that chlorine gets over here is pretty low. And this is periodically pumping. So that's good. I mean, at least the chlorine isn't going up from here. So yeah, this is good. I have seen most of them, Devinok, but that's fine. I'm not worried about it. And then the chlorine over here, this is working out correctly or okay, I suppose. So far, it's mostly contained. Good job, chlorine. So now we have this water. I don't know what to do with it. Are my dupes going to find a use for it on their own? Is that a thing they can do? 6 kilograms of oxygen. That's not good, actually. Wow, how did this place get so... Oh, because this is... I see what's going on here. Yeah, this is problematic, actually. We need to open up this space. Otherwise, the oxygen is going to continue to be extremely painful for people. In what way do we open up the space? Because I like that it's at least a little sealed off so that we can't get the germy polluted oxygen out there. It's been over like 2 weeks now. Oh, geez. Yeah, I mean, I understand why it's doing the thing it's doing. I'm just not sure how to fix it, given that I like having the gases contained. I guess I can't have the gases contained and also have the gases be uncontained, right? I have to choose one or the other. Unfortunate. Alright, so how do I fix this? Do I just oxygen tiles? Do I just airflow tiles here? And then this oxygen can go wherever it wants? Oh. This actually does output oxygen. For a while, I thought they changed it so it literally just removed polluted oxygen and output nothing. But I guess it removes polluted oxygen and then outputs oxygen. That's cool. Yeah, probably the best way to do this is just turn these into airflow tiles so that the oxygen can escape. I'm just worried that that'll mean the polluted oxygen also escapes. And I guess in that situation, we can find some other way to fix it. But in the meantime, this, like, extremely overpressurized oxygen is not good. Oh, but that means that deodorizers can overpressurize. That's fascinating. Deodorizers are not stopped by gas pressure the way that, like, almost everything else is stopped by gas pressure. Put enough deodorizers in a space, and as long as they have polluted oxygen, they can just explode. Good? Bad? Probably bad. Alright, go fix that. This is not a lot of water. Alright, now we're going to have some heavily oxygenated space over here. Long commutes. I know, little guy. I know. So what am I doing with... Am I doing anything with this water? Game doesn't model how liquids evaporate less under high gas pressure. Oh, so liquids continue to output... Like, this will just keep on outputting polluted oxygen, even if it's overpressured? Whoa, this is very overpressured down here also. I know that it does that, like, it does model that for the purposes of solids, right? Like, polluted dirt won't output oxygen if the oxygen is overpressure. Or, like, bleach stone won't sublimate if it's overpressure. But I guess that's not the case for liquids. Weirdly. Okay, but it doesn't get to 6 kilograms of gas in a tile by virtue of pumping in water. Like, the water is not what's doing this. For sure, the water's not what's doing this. Oh, the point at which it literally can't add more gas because of game mechanics? Or game, like, hard limits rather than an overpressurization limit? Alright, we do need to get up here at some point. So let's open this up. all of the water can flow down into here, where I may eventually do something with it in case my base needs water. It is not clear that my base will ever need water. Local colony lacks grilling. Well, I suppose that's probably true. And this is mostly doing what I wanted to, so that's fine. Like, I don't think additional chlorine has escaped at this point. Harder to learn than chemistry. And then this is basically sealed, right? Like, nothing will get past this one brick of chlorine now, regardless of how overpressure everything else is. I want this carbon dioxide to stay here, and I don't want the oxygen to get down. So maybe right now this is good? Wow, this base is just super breathable right now. Cool, we did it. I'm gonna disable these for a bit. Because everything is super overpressure, because this is still leaking out. Just look at all of this oxygen. And now this deodorizer is going to be working overtime. Oh, yep, the polluted oxygen is escaping. Danger. Danger, polluted oxygen. Where else do I have polluted oxygen? There's like a layer of polluted oxygen down here, and then like small amounts of polluted oxygen is escaping here. I can't really get a deodorizer up here, but I could get a deodorizer down here if I want to clear out this polluted oxygen. How much does that matter? Feels like not very much. Feels like the amount of that mattering is pretty minimal. But this base does need more projects in addition to what I'm doing here. We need to do something with this base. I keep saying I should set up for fracking, and maybe that's what I start doing. I just start setting up to deliver water to the fracking facility that I have definitely not made yet and may eventually make. I don't know. Still a mystery. How does this even work? You build... Not a station. I guess it's refinement. I guess it's a utility? It's a utility. You have an oil well on top of the oil reservoir. Room scale air filters. Wow. Can't char a plant over fire. Yes, well, somebody in the college, like, building things apparently way easier than grilling things. Everybody has the knowledge to build literally anything. Or maybe the knowledge is just in their guns. Which pumped air into and out of at the other end. Not unreasonable. We'll see if I end up caring. If I end up caring, I'll just build more deodorizers in random places. We'll fix it in post. Alright, so if I build an oil well, it needs to receive water, and then it'll output crude oil. Extremely warm crude oil. So this crude oil output affects crude oil, but I don't have like a liquid output pipe, right? It just dumps it into the area around it. So it's just generating crude oil, like leaking crude oil into whatever space it's in. All right. So we'll have to have some kind of oil pump for the crude oil. Presumably an oil pump made out of material that will not overheat at 90. So that's a thing we have to figure out. There's like, I guess steel. We just use steel for everything. Which means we need to start making steel. Oh no. Oh no. How do we make steel? That's, refinement. That's specifically the metal refinery, right? And then it dumps heated liquid into the world. Oh. Maybe my metal refinery is the, Maybe the metal refinery is what I am using to heat up various materials. Like the brine. I don't think the metal refinery is a good way to do that. I mean, the metal refinery is a good way to do it in small amounts, maybe. But I'm not going to be pumping that much liquid through a metal refinery, right? It does say significant. But also, I think the throughput is not that high. Localized air processing just puts ugly machinery in too many places. That's about right. Alright, so we have a decent pile of chlorine here. That's good. I think it's not yet time to seal this off. At some point, it'll be time to seal this off. Oh, that's right. We wanted to do doors. That was what we were going to do. Instead of the airflow tiles. So I can choose to open it or not open it at will. It's an interesting idea. How do I want to do this then? I think then I'd want a door connected to a clock so that I could choose to open it or not open it without requiring dupe interference. Yo, Harold is way the heck stressed out. What is wrong with you, Harold? Why are you so unhappy? Popped eardrums. That would do it. Well, that'll never happen again. So I think we're actually fine. High morale. Love it. Love it. You love to see it. Okay. Well. Where's my clock? Timer sensor? Cycle sensor? Do I not have a clock anymore? Or is that what cycle sensor is? think you're right. I think it's cycle sensor. Maybe it just used to be called something else, which is why I'm confused. That might be it. Alright, so I guess let's... For sideways doors, where is the automation thing? Middle. Okay. So I think I wanted these two, or I wanted these two, and I'll have the sensor here, and I'll move the ladder over here, so the ladder makes actual sense. I think it used to be called a clock sensor. Wanted to frost more friends. That's not true. Then they give me random dupes with random abilities, and that's always a disaster. Alright, go do the things. Breathe ability. You're lying to me. I know you're lying to me. It's just in specific places. Hungry? It's fine. You can go eat. We have food. For now, I suppose. How's food in the other colony doing, actually? Still pretty high. So we could afford to send over a few more Swampy Delights. I guess it's not super high right now because this isn't growing. Oh, body temperature's still a problem. Body temperature's definitely a problem. You're not wrong. How do we fix that? That's a struggle. I think we turn this off for a bit is how we fix that. If we turn this off a bit, does this eventually warm up? No, it's going to take somebody to come over here and actually do the thing. Hypothermia. What's happening? Oh, we could print a bunch of Paku. Literally print 8 live Paku. If I print Paku, where am I going to put them? I don't really have a good place for Paku, do I? Like, this was originally a Paku pit. There's even still Paku here. It's just... You know. There's not water there anymore. If I print Paku, are they just going to flop around for a while until they manage to flop into not water again? They need to be able to flop into the fish farm. Jeez, what a hassle. I can't even pick them up, can I? Nobody knows how to pick up fish in this goddamn colony. We have literal rocket scientists, and nobody can figure out how to pick up a fish. Because you can't just build a water trap here, right? How do you normally do this? Hang on. Fish trap. But also, I don't have the plastic. Either direct to the kitchen or let them migrate naturally. Migrating Paku. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. The natural migrations of flopping fish. Unbelievable. Yeah, we need to create a pool for them to flop into. And then build fish traps in that pool if we want to take them somewhere. What a process. At least we finally cleaned up all the germs out here. Mostly. Mostly cleaned up all the germs out here. I mean, okay, I don't want more dupes now anyway, right? Let's just print the Paku. And they'll flop themselves into a place eventually. Yep, there they go. Giant pile of flopping fish. Where are they likely to end up? Either they flop their way down here, by virtue of going right. Or they flop their way down here. Here is more likely. Like, this is closer. This is further away. But they'll just go where they're gonna go, right? And I guess we could choose to just, like, attack one. Not that it can really attack back. It's too busy flopping. But, I'll let them die naturally, I guess. They'll figure themselves out. Or they won't. You know, whatever. Hilarious. Look at them go. Look at how happy they are. Just flopping around. It doesn't seem like they would be happy, but actually, turns out they're happy. Big floppies. Well, cool. Enjoy yourselves. Hopefully. And then this is being picked up fairly slowly, which is probably good. This is kind of warming up. But the moment this starts up again, this is all going to cool down again. I think one of them made it down here. Oh, another one is likely to. There it goes! Hooray! More fish in the fish pile. And one of them made it over here. So this one is going to eventually end up down here, I guess? I'm just gonna dig this out so it'll be stuck in this, like, exact one place here. Unless it ends up over here. That's also a possibility. Boy, people have so many errands, but, nothing is actually happening. Wonder why. Like, why is this stuff not getting built? Very slowly it's getting built. Alright, well, eventually. Well, they figure it out or they don't figure it out. I guess it's fine either way. Oh, there they go. This is the next thing we want to figure out, though. Like, getting the brine stuff managed is probably higher priority. Specifically in the case where we want to clean this out of regular water. So all this ice and stuff needs to get moved. Speaking of ice that needs to get moved. Wow, why did this never get built? I guess a construction errand is a construction errand. And we are very out of mud. Just the most out of mud. There's never mud anymore. The briny deep. I kind of love it. Because, like, there's bits here that's not brine, right? There's brine ice, too, which is nice. But there's also, like, snow and ice, which I don't want to taint the brine with all of this regular water. I guess it doesn't matter if it's tainted with regular water. Since all of this brine is just going straight into a desalinator. And then into the fracking facility, once I get that up and running. which at this point, at this pace, is going to be like 3 streams from now. This is still not finished. How is this unreachable? Are you lying to me? I think he's not lying to me. I think it's unreachable because this is closed off. Somebody's suffocating and I don't know where. Who did it? Who did it and why? Where is the lack of oxygen? Show me places where people can't breathe. Oh, all of this is unbreathable. I should probably look into a little more skimming. Maybe we should skim this place. Oh, to be honest, the easy solution is make this airflow. And then the carbon dioxide will be on the same level as this skimmer. Oh, yeah, I should absolutely do that. It is a lot of carbon dioxide. You're not wrong. Time to start skimming. Is one skimmer enough? I don't know. But at least let the skimmer access all of the carbon dioxide. Because right now it's still in the oxygen area, right? And then this is all relatively breathable. And then temperature is still a problem here. Oh, now irrigation is a problem. Okay, well, it's one or the other, huh? This is being inconsistent, and I don't like it. Of course, the problem is not it. The problem is the inconsistency of the water I'm providing. It is always my problem. It was always a problem on my end. 100 grams a second, 200? I have no idea. I would rather let it try and then figure it out later than actually sit and do math. It's not a high priority for me right now. There are plenty of other things that are higher priority. Did this get rummaged through? It did. We got a snazzy suit out of it, presumably. What else was I thinking about? What else do we need to do here? So doing engineering math in one's head is just me. I mean, I do it sometimes, but mostly when I do it, it's explicit. All right, let's start opening this up and clearing it out, huh? That seems like a reasonable next step for the things that I am doing. And building a liquid pump at some point, probably down here. So I think the plan is open this up and ladder down to here. We'll get a pump here to pump this stuff out. And then we need a location that it's going to pump out from. And I think the plan was always to use this area as heating, cooling here. NALSD? I don't know what that is. Non-abstract large system design. Cool. So I guess we want to start putting together the system down here for the purposes of just running piping through it. And then we have to decide how this is getting out. Presumably, like, here or something. Got to run the piping through one of these walls. Maybe here? So let's start opening this up. So that we can put in insulated tile, like, here? And then it can pipe out this way. That seems reasonable. Hating coding tests so much that you plan to refuse any such interviews. Wow. Yeah, okay. Alright, we did it. We opened it up. Oh, one of the Pakus fell down. What's up, Paku? He's definitely going this way. I feel like I want to set up chat predictions on where the Pakus are gonna end up. Which research did we do? Home luxuries. Cool. That feels like stuff that doesn't matter. This is still not built, but it will be eventually. Hopefully, someday. This can be disabled for now. Nobody needs to be here. Yeah, we can just disable this for now. And once I am ready to actually do anything with this area, we can turn it back on. How's the skills coming along? We're still on 2 people that I don't want to give skill points to. Great. Perfect. Wonderful. Fantastic news. How's Trevini doing? This opened up. Okay, good. Door. Still going to build this door here. And then we're going to build a cycle sensor here. Articles you read and still have open. The terrible tech interview. What's wrong with the tech interview process? And no, you're not crazy. The hiring process is broken. Well, I'm sensing a theme. This has automation attached to it? What does it send for automation? Auto inputs, enable, disable. I see. It's inputs, not outputs. That's reasonable. And then there's the question of, do I want to power this door? And I think I do. I don't want it to be slow when I tell it to start moving. Do they have what to do? Have they done doing the things here? Activate! Hey, look. There's oxygen over here. Hello? Well, don't just hang out up here, ya morons! Oh, they can't go that way. Because this is set the other direction. I set this the wrong direction. I see. They can't cross it. Because I don't have it set right. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Problems. Okay. Let's try that again. Station. Oxygen mask station. Yeah, you can even see it. Okay. I want it set that way. Alright. Fine. That once it's built, it's immediately enforcing? Yeah, I was kind of not expecting that. I'll be honest with you. Alright, so we've managed to dig here, which that's fantastic. But nobody has come to build after the digging. Everybody loves digging. Nobody wants to build once the digging is done. Yo, check out these slugs. Providing me with power. You love to see it. Yeah, net positive on power. Thanks, slugs. Only at night, though. When nothing else is going on. Extremely small amounts of power. Thanks, slugs. Oh, slugs. Alright, so this is done. Which means let's figure out what the next step is. The next step is liquid pipe. It can radiate or not, I don't care, until we get into here, which is where I want it to radiate. So let's have it radiate like this, and then bridge across. And then radiate like this, and then bridge across. To at least take advantage of this as heating. The DOJ is charging people in Boeing with fraud and conspiracy. Well, at least somebody's getting charged with fraud and conspiracy. Is this for good reasons or bad reasons? When you say the DOJ is doing it, like, I know whose DOJ it is right now. So that's less than... that's not, like, super promising. Alright, can we start sending liquid through here again? Send smaller amounts again. Oh, and it immediately just super cools down. There is still not enough heat in here to actually provide heat. And we can do this until it starts coming out negative. Who's idle? Oh, people over here are idle. There's 747 max. Interesting. I have no idea what's going on with that. This is some fraud, etc. that I am unfamiliar with, as opposed to the fraud, etc. that every American is deeply familiar with. We can mop this up. That feels like it's a good idea. I mean, I guess I asked the question. So I brought this on myself. But, Icarus, I'm watching you. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. So this, active duration, not active at all. Close the thing. Okay, cool. So this works the way I want it to. Which means we can turn this into regular tiles. And look at gas. I can open it whenever I want. Back over here to continue watching things. It is still trending down. Suffocating. Where? Right, because this is still all garbage. Why are you even down here? What are you trying to accomplish here, Rowan? Oh, you came down here to dig out the iron. What a guy. Well, I appreciate that. All right, that makes more sense. Now we know why suffocation is happening and can maybe do something about it. I guess you come up here and breathe. That's good. Low breath. No lies. What's the reason for the horizontal airlock? So I'm not relying on impossible to close or difficult to close airflow tiles. I just have the ability to prevent, like, right now there's a bunch of oxygen in there, and I don't want oxygen in there. So I can free oxygen and then keep an eye on it, and when it starts being less oxygen and more chlorine, I can close it again. So less airlock and more vent. Yeah, in theory, I should be looking at this and trying to solve all of these carbon dioxide problems. But the plan, eventually, is to solve it via generation of more oxygen, rather than actual solutions. I mean, there's also this mine, right? Like, people eventually came down all the way here without suffocating. I guess I had more oxygen in my base at that time. I think my base was just completely full of green oxygen at the time. They can already walk over it. That's not the problem, Cryptomancer. They can always just jump to the ladder. The ladder is in an okay place for that. So it looks like we're actually going to be half and half, right? Half of the Paku made it to the right, and half of the Paku made it to the left. Interesting. I would have assumed, because of the longer distance to the right, that it would have slightly biased towards the left, but apparently not. I'm still watching this thing? Huh. So at 2,000 grams, it's actually staying positive. Base needs some anoxic warnings. Ah, yes, this is the solution to the problem. Just slap a warning label on it. Good enough. Okay. Cool. So as long as the amount flowing through is low enough, it's actually staying at an appropriate level to do the things I want it to do. Oh, beautiful. Valve was a good idea. Thank you, whoever said Valve. Valve, right? Yeah, it worked out. Okay, so let's continue working on the plumbing here. We now need liquid pipe doing basically this. And then we have salt doing the salt things. The problem is with this amount of flow... Hello? That's a lot of idle. Is there really nothing to do in this base? There is really nothing to do in this base. We need to give them projects, you guys. I don't know what the projects are going to be. Is it time to start building the infrastructure for fracking? Probably. Alright, so this needs to go into a desalination facility. hopefully, it'll come out warm enough that I don't need to worry about... Maybe I just do the desalination down here where it's already super warm. And then I don't have to worry about whether or not the brine is warm enough. Or I could start a power facility for the inevitable solar panels I'm going to build. That's true. We do need to turn these back on. Let's start with turning one back on and seeing where that puts me for oxygen. We're gonna need steel here in order to do anything with it. Batteries and transformers that I'll need for it. Yep. Yep, we will in fact need those things. Eventually, at some point, in some future, I will remember to build my base with, like, utility access corridors so that I can run bundles of big wire through it without affecting the decor of everybody who just lives in my base. Yeah, I've built transformer substations before. It's not been a big problem. It's like, I feel like those are fairly straightforward, actually. Duplicate activation required. Oh, we need... It can only be activated by somebody with field research. A problem. Yeah, I think that seems to be the case, Icarus. Now we've got food poisoning the oxygen. This was always going to happen, wasn't it? This is what happens when I let the food poisoning free. This is what I was worried about. That the food poisoning from here was going to get out into the rest of the base. So we do need to seal this up. Or have some other solution. Got to the point of your last base, you realize you need 6 to 8 tile-wide vertical shafts for ladders, fire poles, transit tubes, and all the pipes, ducts, and wires. Damn. That's some big supply closets. How am I doing for power usage in this base? Do I have a graph of how much power I am potentially able to generate versus how much power I am using? Diagnostics. Power? Is this per base? Or is this for, like, all the colonies together? This appears to be for this planet. Okay. Average power 65 watts. It's not a lot of power. Daily reports. This is by cycle. So not for each individual colony, right? This is just everything together as opposed to each planet. So this is actually not helpful. I mean, there's all these graphs here, and I just can't actually imagine using any of them. Got to the point in your last base where you realized you need, you needed to move so much liquid to from the central base You're considering using door pumps. Wow. Wow. That's a big deal. I think, and I'm not actually sure if this is correct, but I think the best way to handle the food poisoning from the food poisoning water is to burn it off. Which means for now, we should seal this off again so more food poisoning doesn't get into the base. And start setting up a tepidizer in here. Is that a utility? Tepidizer, yep. It targets 85 degrees, which is fine. That's a lot of power to run through regular wire. So that's a bit of a struggle. How to solve that particular struggle? I don't think I want to set this up with Heavy Watt. I guess I could. I would need to put that here, actually, is where I would need to put it. But then I'd need to connect it to some other power production facility. Because a single coal generator is not going to be enough. And I don't really have any intention to do other kinds of power for quite some time. I think eventually I want to do natural gas, right? Because the byproduct of all of the plastic generation. Oh, and I'm just going to do solar. So we're going to get solar power too. That's a thing. Maybe just get solar going so I can support it. Yeah, that's probably better. Seal this off so food poisoning doesn't get in the base. And even if this gets overpressure, it just gets overpressure. And I'll just allow it. And, don't worry about it for now. Alright, well, if I'm gonna do solar... then I once again need a, oxygen mask facility here. There's an intermediate sour gas stage. Really? There's a lot of things that just become sour gas. And I feel like if you're hitting sour gas, you've lost whatever resource you're trying to produce. Is that not accurate? I now know how to make comfy beds. Great. Not that I have the resources to do so. Alright, so I guess... oil, sour gas, something, natural gas. Really? Really? Alright, once I have crude oil, what am I doing with it? Presumably it goes through an oil refinery. Which should just become petroleum and natural gas? I don't know why this would produce sour gas, unless natural gas becomes sour gas. But, I mean, I haven't tried. So I guess I don't know. Like, it's distinctly possible I've just literally never built an actual oil refinery. But this is the one that just leaks natural gas into the atmosphere, right? Anyway. When cooled, it becomes methane and sulfur. If methane is reheated, it becomes natural gas. Cooled to negative 163.5 Celsius. No. 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 Just no. This is not the industrial facility that I want. I don't think so. No. Alright, so now we're going to do the same thing that we did in the other colony over here. Except it's going to be less of a struggle here, because temperatures are a lot more manageable on the surface. So now we have mechanized airlock. I don't actually need the insulated tiles. Like, what am I insulating from? Negative 12? Like, this is already fairly uninsulated from this area. So adding additional insulation, like, I'm not replacing abyssalite or anything. So I'm kind of not super worried about trying to insulate. Maybe I should be worrying about trying to insulate. I feel like insulation is not actually going to do anything here. Like, it's already cooled down a fair amount. And it's, like, abutting against this warmer biome anyway. So we have something offsetting this amount of cold, and it's not even that much cold. Not going to worry about it. What I am going to worry about is oxygen. And then we have, for now, a hamster wheel. And a single jumbo battery. Which will provide power here. And I think I need this to be one wider, actually. So that in the future I could have... Is this enough space? 6? I think I wanted it to be 8. And then we are going to have a oxygen mask station, which that is the correct direction for the oxygen mask station to go. And then we can actually get there. And that's kind of all I want to do right now. Yeah. Oil well, crude oil, petrol refinery. Yes, 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 yes. That is the obvious path to take. Assuming it works. Alright, so now they have what to do in this area also. And this is still working? This is cooled off now a bit. Does this need to be even less water? Any much less water, and I feel like I'm not going to have enough water to do the things that I am trying to do with the water. This is getting built out, though, so that's good. Good progress. Sweep this ice up. Brine ice. Storage for brine ice is unavailable. That I can fix. This is brine ice storage. Why is this still not built? We've now built similar things in this area several times in a row. But this one not, for some reason. Nobody ever wants to build this one. I don't understand. Mima earned a skill point. What is Mima doing with her life? Well, Mima definitely has room to learn more. I guess she's farming? She's going to farm and wear suits is what she's going to do. We'll start wearing suits, I guess. Seems reasonable. All right. This is as advanced as I want to go with it. This thing is eventually going to need power. Presumably off of this power network, which is barely doing anything all of the time. Just run this out and across instead of adding to this power network, which has, like, the entire base on it. Plenty of projects here, but let's get this started sooner rather than later. Not that big a deal. We'll add it when we add it, and that'll be fine. Lots of progress being made over here. That's great. This is looking like it's almost ready to get going. Almost ready to close this up. Yeah, the point of it is not natural gas. The point of it is petrol, or petroleum rather. With some amount of natural gas as a side effect, which I guess you could dump into a natural gas generator, but that's mostly to burn it off rather than to get actual benefit from it, is my impression of how much natural gas is being generated by that process. Boy, there's still a giant pile of polluted oxygen literally everywhere, isn't there? I should be working on fixing this. Presumably via deodorizer. Because it's just irritating. Nobody likes this. Literally nobody. Going from oil right to natural gas was best from a mass power perspective. Oh. That was never something that I tried to do. That was never something that that felt like some industrial scale engineering that relied on systems to work rather than relying on machines to work. And I never really got into that kind of stuff. All right, where do I have power running in addition to all of this gas? I guess almost everywhere. Like, it's not hard to run this power up and start deodorizing in here if I want to. Not hard to set up a deodorizer out here. There's not airflow here. Like, maybe that needs to be fixed. Maybe just put deodorizers where there's already airflow. Near where people are hanging out. Like, here and, like, here or something. If I put a deodorizer up here, can people actually still service it? If I vented the bottom and turned off that pump, it may work just fine. But then it's ridiculously warm. Right. That's the problem. Is no matter how cool the inputs, it's always outputting at like 60 degrees. Whereas before, it was based off of the input temperatures. So we just vented it. Which is why the solution I had before used to work and no longer works. Isn't my base kind of cold, though? My base is fine. My base is average right now. I definitely don't want to just be, like, always dumping 60-degree oxygen into it. The only place that's kind of cold is over here. And we're working on that. I think I'm going to lower this. See if that still provides enough water for the things that we're doing while affecting the temperature a little bit more. I could duct and vent some hot air into the farm. That's true. I could do that. I'm unsure whether I want to do that, but I agree that it is a thing I could do. That feels like it'll get out of hand. Like, I don't want to create additional problems for myself because I am dumping, you know, 50-degree, 60-degree oxygen into a place that needs to be 30 degrees. Whoa! Stuff just went drastically wrong here. Did everything melt all at once? Oh my god. All of the ice suddenly turned to water. I guess that's what happens. Sploosh. Yeah, this place definitely just splooshed. Duct gas valve, maybe. Yep, that might be. That is also an idea. Hello. Ooh, aluminum. Sure. Also known as bauxite. And how's Trevini doing? Nobody has even started on this project. Oh, we need to give them food again. pending deliveries because it is not work hours. But soon. There we go. Nope. Ah, I see the problem. Current errand. Okay, and if I turn this off, the errand will still finish. That's what I was looking for. Cool. Oh man, this stuff takes a while to build. I didn't realize that it took so long. Is somebody ever going to build this one? They can clearly go there. Just nobody wants to. Why not? Excuse me? Why idle? You idle because you're stuck? Trapped. Yep. Okay, let's just dig this out then. Thank you. Now we can build the door. No, this is aiming the correct direction now. So now it's they can't go to they can't cross it to the right. But that also only works as long as it's powered. Yeah, it was definitely the door. That was the problem. Alright, so uses designated metal ores from filter settings to create oxygen masks. Okay, cool. And it soaks in ambient oxygen. Right, that was how this works. But it's not gonna start working until I power it. And it's not powered at the moment. Alright, cool. Do I have the materials in this base to build the thing I want to build? Oh, I totally do. I could build 2 of these things. Okay, I can only build 1 in this area. And then we've got to start building out to the side. Yeah, it's overly large to allow me to build other things in it if I ever need to build other things in it. The intent is to eventually replace the system with environment suits. But until then, we'll just use what I have. Also, it's like terrible as far as being an actual airlock is concerned. Like, it's not very good at being a real airlock. For sure. And then, like, yeah, the one muckroot up here. So, we're very impressed by that muckroot. It's doing its best, you know. So how do I actually do the thing I want to do here? I'm going to have to set up a power facility. Like, I want all of these solar panels to just funnel power probably to the same place, and then run some transformers in order to make the power usable. No power. Really? Why no power? Why no power? That seems odd. It looks like it's pretty full, actually. We've got plenty of coal. Oh, I see. It was just lying to me. Why? Weird. And then does this just... open straight into space, I guess? Straight into lack of air? Keep the rest of this sealed off? Maybe make sure that people can actually just build this. Yeah? I mean, I could do the 4-door setup, right? With, like, a vertical and then 2 horizontals and then a vertical. Generally want to evacuate the atmosphere via pump from outermost airlock. I mean, as it stands right now, the oxygen mask station needs ambient oxygen in order for people to be able to go through it. Right, right. Yes. Man, this might be where I do a liquid airlock. I don't like that, though. Feels like cheating. It's such BS. I agree. I agree. So this needs to be in actual oxygen. And then we need to have a more complex airlock afterwards in order to prevent oxygen from escaping. So I think that's where I do this thing. As a solution to oxygen escaping. Right? But it also feels like I don't really have the room to play out here. So maybe we delete this and do it here. And then don't actually seal off this area because this needs to be an oxygen. I think this is actually not a thing. Stop. I don't need you doing this right now. Disaster. Yeah. I don't want it to directly open up into space. That seems like a bad call. So this maybe is a slightly better system to start with. It's a lot of sand. The sand is still fairly sealed off. Like, I'm seeing where all of the sand is, and there's enough stuff in place to prevent it from venting. So I think we're gonna be okay here. As long as they have background tiles, do they need it? And then I'm gonna need to open this up a little bit more so that oxygen can actually get through here. Presumably the doors have implicit background tiles? Yeah, I just turned this into airflow. That was the plan. Actually, we might as well just do that now. Harold has earned a skill point. Good job, Harold. Many people have earned skill points. Oh boy. What do I want Harold doing? Does Harold want to learn how to wear suits? How's Harold's morale looking? That's pretty solid, actually. Nice decor average. Sure. Ruby... Ruby really doesn't need to learn anything more, does she? I could teach her things. It's not, like, impossible. But also, I don't feel like I need to. Whereas Devonok, I kind of feel like I don't want to teach him anything else because it's getting into the danger zone. Although I do eventually want Devonok to learn how to wear suits. The air graphics in that room look remarkably active. They're not, though. Why won't I teach you? Because you will be unhappy. You must be protected from this knowledge, Devonok. Meanwhile, Whataburger over here, with their 31 morale, can learn everything. Everything and anything. Be better at carrying things. Rubber Ducky maybe stops learning things, though. I guess this is free. As long as it's free, I'll teach it to you. Regnar has no more free skills. Ruby has no more free skills. And Devanok has no more free skills. Okay, well. So that's the best we can do. Alright, so, at this point, we've been going for about 2 hours, which means it is time to take a break. I'm going to go refill water, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'm going to come back pumped, psyched, and ready for additional engineering mistakes. So I hope that's what you're here for, because that's what you're going to get. Thank you, as usual, for hanging out, folks. I hope you're having a good time. Glad Twitch chat is working. Things are definitely better now. And, back in a bit. All right, I am back. Thank you for your patience, folks. Ready to keep this going. All right, let's do that thing. Let's get set up. Okay, so we need to pause music, switch scenes, return game, and continue. Okay, so the current plan is to use, I guess, this space for a power facility, which means we should start opening it up and make sure that the top is sealed off. Oh, there's a lot of sand up here too. Okay, that's even more dangerous. Make sure the top is sealed off so that it doesn't accidentally open itself up to vacuum, because that's bad. That would be bad. Space exposure. No kidding. And then we have heavy watt wire, which can handle lots of power. All right. So, the sand is here, which means we leave this in place and start tiling off here. And I don't know exactly how much of the space we need to use for the purposes of things. Fascinating. It needs to too wet. This critter likes liquid, but not that much. Oh. Needs to be immersed. But, you know, not too immersed. But then we'll have lettuce. People can just eat lettuce. People like lettuce, right? How are you guys okay on food? Hopefully eventually okay on food. What is going on here? Available errands, none. I see. I need to cancel it and rebuild it, because people are just never going to build it. Alright, fine. No? Oh, okay. Now it can have errands. That's good. We finally realized it was actually available instead of not available. This is still sweep only. That's probably correct. What are we doing with this is still a mess, but people don't have reason to go in here, so we're just gonna leave it alone. $29 kilograms? Huh. That's a high number, you guys. That's an extremely high number. At what point do the tiles just explode? That happens, right? You get to a certain pressure point, and the tiles can't contain it anymore? And then the entire base is filled with food poisoning? Ooh. At liquid pressure. Oh. But liquid pressure isn't the problem. Right now the problem is air pressure. I know I have a lot of air in there. Open the door? Christ. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to do that at all. Huh, well, learning things about my current solutions that, maybe mean they don't work as well as I think they do. I'm gonna have to re-engineer my pollution pits. Yeah, but I still don't want to have to do that. Like, then everything is gonna be food poisoning. Like, I'm aware nobody's going to be hurt. Although they might get popped eardrums. It's still just... Oh, I don't want to have to... Oh, yeah, it's... Is it germy air? Yes. Yes, my friend. It is germy air. It is extremely germy. It's extremely a problem. Maybe I'll just let that time bomb keep on ticking. Seems like a bad idea. But, we sure will have oxygen, won't we? Do I do this? Do I actually just, like, allow germs everywhere? This is such a mess. It's dying on gas, but this thing is constantly outputting germy polluted oxygen. Because it is germy oxygen. Because it is receiving germy polluted oxygen. It says it's dying, but I never see it going down. When this thing runs out of clay? Oh, yeah, when it runs out of sand. Yeah, somebody's gonna come in and trigger a giant pile of germy oxygen coming out. Yeah, the water's carrying it on the polluted oxygen. But the polluted oxygen isn't as germy as the regular oxygen. Which is the part that's confusing me. Like, it's overpopulated on this polluted oxygen. I guess the fact that there's so much oxygen means that it can carry more germs? I don't know what to do about that, other than have Tums lying around. A mole thing. Well, I haven't thought about moles as a unit of measurement in quite a while. Alright, this carbon dioxide is mostly getting handled now that I've opened this up, so that's good. But in terms of breathables, we're mostly polluted down here, which is less good. Okay. How's this doing? It's still not as warm as I'd like it. Even with the reduction in water flow. Too bad. This is in progress. Okay, so this needs to store brine ice specifically. This one also storing brine ice. But at much smaller capacities, so it has the potential to melt. Same thing I am doing with polluted ice and regular ice up here. Oh, I didn't do the thing here with the polluted ice. I should have. But that's the thing that I'm doing with regular ice over here. Although this should probably be, like, 100 instead of 200. This appears to be holding steady at this temperature, though. It's not going negative, so that's good. And out here, like, this is still too cold for my poor bog buckets. Irrigation? It's not even receiving it now. Oh, interesting. Because it's just not enough water. I guess it'll get there in time. Still too cold. But it's kind of getting there a little bit. So we need to be pumping through more water, which means we need to be better at heating it. Which I guess means we need to be running it through this warmer air. I mean, this always needed to be more radiant than the amount of radiant that it is. This ended up working out okay. Oh, let's actually spread the warmth all the way down to here, huh? It's still pumping out at low temperatures, though, so that's good. But I guess as this area warms up, this is always going to be warmer. Interesting. And then it's too close to here, so it's actually spreading the warmth via the air. Should have spread this out also. We could also plant more wheezeworts in this area, which might help. Might help slow down the process of the biome heating up. This is getting built out, still not done. This area looks like it's done, though. Which means... we could probably close this off at this point. I don't think I'm going to have to go in here and build anything else. Don't actually need to build anything, just need this to be connected. So that's good. No power? What is it being powered by? Is it being powered? What network is it on? It's on this network, which, okay, yes, has no power. Fair point. Nobody's coming out here to run the generator. Somebody's got to go beat feet. Filter's not designated. Yeah, we need to put actual thing in here so it can absorb oxygen so that people can have oxygen when they go out here. It's going to be a mess. Especially because this is entirely hydrogen. Like, that's an even bigger mess. 40 feet down in the carbon dioxide ocean. No, it's not that bad. It's actually breathable where the generator is. Carbon dioxide ocean. Yeah, I mean, this place out here is terrible, but nobody's going out here. I guess occasionally people are coming down here, but not like... They're not spending a whole lot of time down here. Unreachable dig. Oh, yeah, because this needs to get opened first. That's fair. Freely admitted, this place is awful. Nobody wants to come down here. But they could, is the point I'm trying to make. I don't like this oxygen mask station. This is never going to work. Yo, check out this art. What a slick ice sculpture. Mediocre ice sculpture. Nah, it's way better than mediocre. That's a sick-looking hatch. Dude just needs more practice, I guess. Oh, we're almost over capacity on hydrogen here. What do I do when I'm over capacity on hydrogen? Should I send some of this hydrogen over here to actually get this system running? I figured I was just going to do a manual generator. If I could freeze the carbon dioxide. That's true. That's true. I have ways of pulling carbon dioxide out of the air, right? Let me see if I can actually... Because I could do, like, canister filler. And just fill canisters of carbon dioxide. Yeah, I'm aware. It's taken a while to get there, but it is slowly building up. Which means I need to start doing something else with the hydrogen. Or I need more tanks. And then I have put the problem off even further. As is, it's still going to be a while before it's an actual problem. But it's on its way towards being a problem. Drain some of the power off the battery? I guess so. That's true. If I mess with the automation parameters, then this will just be constantly running, and I can drain it that way. I hadn't thought about that. That's actually a good way of doing it. As long as I don't have a use for the hydrogen. Which I don't currently. I'm not going to connect anything else to the system. But I could just have the hydrogen generator run constantly. Regardless of the state of the battery. Been playing a lot of Space Expansion? Everything is a goddamn feedback loop. I see. That's cool. Okay, so... What are we doing here? Are there more mallows I can uproot somewhere? So I can fill in this space with a mallow? I guess I could fill this in with almost anything. Briar seed has the same requirements as mallows. Is basically the same thing. Sure, plant a briar. Just plant something. Okay, so this is about ready to turn on once I get it, once I kickstart it. No, this needs to be finished, and then it's ready to turn on. But it's ready to be sealed up, which is what I am doing. This is working the way I want it to. And then this area just needs to be opened up. Starting with all of this stuff, I think. I don't know why this is invisible. It doesn't feel like it should be invisible. My dupes are, like, right there. But for some reason, invisible. I'm gonna want to dig this out eventually. I don't want to dig this out yet, because I want to use it to get over here. Where is there more liquid that I can sweep up? That can be swept up. All of this can be swept up. I'm getting distracted from the problem at hand. But let me finish this thing, and then I will be less distracted, probably. Probably. I guess there was water here at some point, but the water is no longer there. And then this stuff is all slightly germy, so I'm not touching it. This one also slightly germy, not touching it. Am I actually doing anything? Like, is there a problem that I explicitly need to solve? Not really. This is not a problem at the moment. And if I really thought it was a problem, I could just set all of these parameters to 100. And then this will just be constantly running and we'll just burn off hydrogen that way. This is really the problem that I need to be solving. But maybe we just don't yet. It's sure possible. I feel like I do eventually want to get decent power setup up here, but I don't like that this is negative a million. And I don't want to send my dupes into negative a million. Like, it's bad enough I send them into, like, -5. To send them into -60 feels like an actual death trap. And then what are we doing over here? Still working on getting this set up, I guess. Frankie earned a skill point. Hey, Frankie. What are you doing with your life? Didn't I give you a hat? What, I gave you a hat. Maybe you can't wear this hat because it's a work in progress or whatever. Does Frankie get more skill points? Frankie can afford more skill points. Is there anything I want Frankie to be doing more of? Frankie, what are you about? What is your life like these days? You're not really doing anything with your time. You're doing all of the usual things. So I guess if I were going to give you any skill points, it would be tidying. Because I just give tidying to everybody anyway. And nothing else really matters. Nothing else really matters here. Whoa, 3 people have aesthetic design? What a guy. Sure. Just get better at walking around, I guess. Better at moving stuff. Only one person should be decorating, right? And it's the person who has a lot of creativity and has unlocked the ability to decorate better. Confirm, Lunar Waffles, you are capable of good decorating? Yeah, you can do master decorating. Good. Okay, good. Great, great. Good and great. And this is in progress, and I need to figure out what else I'm doing over here. And eventually we're going to have, like, a saltwater pit here as I dig out this space in order to turn it into a power transformer station. Filters not designated. But it's humming along. That's good. Contents oxygen. Yeah, that's correct. How much oxygen can it hold? And we found bleachstone? Oh, we found bleachstone. What do I do with bleachstone? I want to open this up that the oxygen can get out, but not enough that the chlorine can get out. Can worry about it more later. What am I doing with bleachstone? I guess I want a container for bleachstone. And this is working correctly. Good. Fantastic news. And the base is very oxygenated off of just one of these things, so I didn't even need the second one. Good. And this will be consumable ore, bleachstone. All of the bleachstone. Because we don't want bleachstone just emitting chlorine out here. That would be bad news. Since that's apparently where we're at. Let's just dig up all of the bleachstone, shall we? And get it picked up. Maybe prioritize that a little bit more than all the regular consumables, all the regular sweeping. Hypothermia. It happened again. Sorry, buddy. This can go. I don't understand what's happening here. We need to not be doing this thing. Weird and messy. Alright, so building a power station. The big deal is connecting to batteries. And then connecting those batteries to transformers. Like, I don't really need to do that much with it, right? Why is 4K a thing that you want to limit a network to? When all the values are like 2K or 1K or 20 or yeah, 2K, 1K or a million. Why would you want to limit it to 4K? The question is, why would you want to limit power to 4K, right? The large power transformer prevents more than 4K of power going through it. Do the different materials make it higher? No, not as far as I know. I don't think materials have any effect on how much power can flow through various wires. It's the construction of the wire, not the material of the wire. So regular wires are 1K, conductive wire is 2K, heavy watt wire is 20K, and heavy watt conductive wire is 50K. So like 4K seems like a very weird number to limit power to. Doesn't matter. I mean, it just means that I never build a large power transformer. I never need to. Yeah, I understand that that's the output value. Why would you ever want to limit output to 4K? I can understand wanting to limit to 1K. I just don't understand why 4K is a number that you'd want to limit the power output to. That used to be the only model? Weird. Super weird. Alright, so as it stands, if I want this stuff all running, and I do eventually, we'll get batteries out on the edge here. Probably 2 batteries. That seems like a sufficient number of batteries. It's like 2 or 3 ore smelters on a line. Sure. I guess there's going to be a situation where 1K is too small, but in that case you probably want to limit to 2K, don't you? Rather than... Or you don't want to limit it at all. Unless you have literally 50K coming down, in which case you'd want to limit it to 20, not to 4. 4 is an unreasonably small number there. Like, to go from 50 to 20, you need to shove the 50 into 5 large power transformers? Like, that's weird. That's weird. If that's the kind of... It's such a weird system. I don't know. Whatever. Is 2 enough batteries? 2's probably enough batteries. Yeah, I know. You can chain 2 small ones to get to 2K. 4 is just a weird number. Like, why not have it be 10? Since you're never going to use it for actual small amounts of power. $10 seems a lot more reasonable, because 10 can actually get you down to 50 if you ever want to go down to 50 from something higher. Not that you have any wires capable of transmitting higher amounts. Materially more efficient than 4 small transformers? My dude, I do not think so. It takes refined metals. And the regular power transformer takes regular metals. And then we're going to want a heavy watt joint plate somewhere. And this can all be heavy watt. And then we have however many small transformers we need in order to provide power to individual networks. So we can have a small transformer here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure. Maybe I need as many as 5. Who knows? And this one can provide power to this area. And then any additional transformers will provide power coming out this way. But for now, this is enough. We can ladder up to here. I don't know what I'm doing here. That doesn't need to happen. We can do it like this for now, just to be able to come down here and grab the stuff. And then eventually all of this gets dug out, and we put down a actual solar thing. Yeah, I'm gonna start with 2 until I have a reason to build more than 2. This has sucked in... Ah, now there's no more oxygen? Or it's out of power. It's out of power. That's the difference. Poor hypothermic kids. I'm sorry, Lunar Waffles. It's miserable out here, isn't it? Printables! What am I printing? I think still not more dupes, so I guess it's rust. I don't know what I'm going to do with rust, but I guess I'll take it. Transformers aren't as useful for direct limiters, but to break the network, and then you manage by draw. I'm not sure I understand that statement. Like, the only usage that I can see for Transformers is to limit network down so that you can draw on it safely. So that you're not accidentally running more power through the wire than the wire can handle. And presumably, that also means you're limiting by network. I mean, as it stands, I only have enough glass for like 2 solar panels anyway. So I don't have that much storage or even that much power that I can put in there. There is still what... This got closed off, so that's good. This is ready to get kickstarted, or still not. Still not. But there is still work for people to do here. And I still need to figure out what I am doing over here. Because right now it's nothing. I wonder if this is going to wait until I have actual hazmat suits. Because I'm worried about the temperatures. Extreme internal temperatures. Is there like a worse thing that can happen than hypothermia? Like, can dupes get frostbite or something? Body temperature. A healthy dupe's body temperature is 37 degrees. Okay. And this is still going down because the poor dupe is hanging out in cold places. Well, you are going to be stressed out for a while, aren't you? Maybe under-insulated for this area. That's probably true. Oh. 2 of my plug slugs died. Sad. Well, at least this is mostly running okay. That's good. Still too cold, but I guess with the ambient heat, it's not enough too cold that it's not growing anymore. So that's good. There's just hypothermia and heat stroke. So even at like... Oh, but you start taking damage at high enough temperatures. But I think you probably start taking damage at low enough temperatures too, right? Like, there's heat stroke, which is definitely a thing. But once you get above a certain temperature, it just comes out as health damage. Like, actual damage to the dupe. I'm assuming there's a similar thing that happens at low enough temperatures. But I've never tested that. Minus 60 definitely feels like a low enough temperature that would happen. Like, you get above, like, 80 C, I think? And dupes start taking damage just by being in that temperature. Probably wait until I can actually, like, send a rocket into space or something. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, that my actual space program needs to be on this planet, not the other planet. Boy, that's irritating. What am I going to do with this water? I'm gonna put this water somewhere where I can actually use it. This is almost put together. Which I think means we can start working on the thing, yeah? What kind of metal ores do I have? Resources. Metal. The metal! We've got copper, iron, and a small amount of aluminum. Where am I getting ore from? I probably want to use copper. Copper seems like the easiest thing to regenerate in these biomes. What do we have lying around? No. We got copper. We got some iron out here. Iron, aluminum. Some iron. Lead's down here. The copper is the stuff that's easy to access. There's more copper over here. There's not a lot of anything out here, actually. The copper is the easy stuff to access, so let's use copper for now. This can be enabled until somebody gets out here and builds the thing. And now we have all of this hydrogen up here, which that's no good. Station not in oxygen. Yep, that feels like a problem. So what's the next step? Next step is build the thing. So let's build a single solar panel out here. I don't think I have room for more than one, right? So let's not futz around with positioning too much. I do want to ladder up and start walking over this way, because this is where I'm going to be able to build more. But for now, just build this one. And then run wire. going to need to dig out all of this stuff up here. Seems good? Wait a minute. Yes. Yes, that is how this works. Good. This can be low. This is not at all a high requirement. How's the other colony doing? Power is a problem here. Because power is a problem here. And I don't really want to fix it with the tools at hand. I want to fix it with solar. You can't find anything about the health damage effects of hot and cold. I wonder if they changed it then. Interesting. Is this too cold now? No, it's just not getting enough water. Okay. Because we did lower these numbers. And this is still trending down. I guess I could cut it off for a bit. That worked before. Maybe by opening this up, I get more hot airflow? Sunburn is a risk. Ooh. That's interesting. That's not a thing I had considered. Hello, it's night? It is night, actually. 72,000 lux. Okay. Which means you don't want to go out there when it's that warm. 1.5 cycles to recover. That's a lot of cycles. I'm trying to see where the timing for... So I could actually set up... Ooh, this is an actual use for a cycle sensor. Instead of, like, as a player manipulatable control. Like, normally I just use cycle sensors as a player manipulatable on-off switch. But that is an actual use for a cycle sensor as a cycle sensor. Because you can watch when it's too bright and not open the doors. It gets too bright fairly quickly. But you also don't want to trap anybody on the other side, which is a little bit of a problem. Oh, not fairly quickly, actually. It's... There's like a noon... Automation. Indeed. Indeed. When does it get to 7,200? It pretty late in the day, actually. And then what? Excuse me, who's idle? How dare you? Oh, there's actually nothing to do in this colony anymore. Haha. Ha ha ha. Why can't you get there? Because you can't get through the mass station? Not enough oxygen? If it lacks enough oxygen to fill a mask. Huh. So we need to get enough oxygen up here to fill a mask. Which means we need to burn off this hydrogen or do something. Well, it's literally just hydrogen and chlorine up here, huh? Oh, because oxygen isn't making its way. Because this needs to be more open. Alright, well now you got something to do, folks. Go do it. Go do the thing. Is this the same number in Smelola and Trevini? It is the same number in both places. $71, $72. Now it's too bright. Okay. It's only too bright. I suspect it's only too bright for not that long. Because it's going to start to cool down once it switches past the halfway point in the cycle, right? It stays too bright Does it get to 80? It gets to 80, exactly. And then starts slipping back down. Still idle? Are you for serious? Wow, they went through that, didn't they? There's also a lux sensor. That's true. You could do it that way. That's not unreasonable either. And then it starts dipping back down from 80 and hits 79. They can just be idle until I finish watching this. Goes below 72 again. At some point. Alright, well, whatever. Is there a way to disable entry without disabling exit? Yes, I know how to do that, actually. I have an exit-only door, and then I disable the door that is used for entry. Alright, what am I going to do about this? Because this is still a problem. You can also put a pressure switch outside the door that lets dupes walking over it override the lock. That's true. Just make it green whenever there's a dupe right outside. It's not unreasonable. Yeah, dupes here are going to be... Oh, these are all separate window tiles. Interesting. Okay. We'll deconstruct these also. And then let's find more windows to deconstruct. Like all of these. Give me some glass. So I can build more solar panels. Yeah, solar panels. I think I like the idea of an exit-only door rather than a pressure switch. Pressure switch, like, the way this is set up, I can't really do a pressure switch the way that would make sense. So we'll do an exit-only door. And then there's door access. We just make it only usable from one direction. That's got to be a door, so this has to be the exit, which means that's how that looks. They've gone over here and done the thing. Good job. Proud of you folks. So we still need to give you folks more stuff to do. And this is not stuff to do yet because you can't go past the oxygen mask station because there's no oxygen for it to suck up, which makes sense given the amount of hydrogen that's here. So we'll have to find you some oxygen, which, I mean, it's slowly making its way up there. It is a slow process, though. Why is it so slow? I guess because it was going through this space, which was necessarily going to be slow. Maybe that means I need to dig all this up. Not a lot of reason for all this tiling to be here, right? And I guess the other thing that we could do is start opening up this area so we get puffs in it. Look at how breathable this oxygen is. Wow. Wow, so much oxygen. Diffusion is slow and it's at the highest point, which is always... Yeah, I know. I probably do have to do something to get rid of the hydrogen, which, irritating, but doable. The next gas underneath hydrogen is oxygen, right? So if it's... Once the hydrogen is gone, all the oxygen will be there. So we just have to pump up the hydrogen? Open the door. It's true. It's true. But, like, there's not a lot of hydrogen there. Once we get oxygen up there, it'll squeeze it. On the other hand, this is not a lot of oxygen at the moment either. Like, over here, it's pretty concentrated. Elsewhere, it's not so concentrated. Maybe we just need to open this up. That'll start helping the diffusion. Ah, and we trapped some chlorine. This was a great idea. Extremely minor gains. How are things over in the other colony? How's Smellola doing? Power is still a problem, almost assuredly. Power is still at actual 0, because nobody's running this thing. Why is nobody running this thing? Maybe I should set it a higher priority? Errands. Outside, sure. Low priority. I guess nobody's set to high priority, operate? Is that true? Nobody wants to operate? There are people who want to operate, like Harold. Whataburger is lower priority. Lunar Waffles is higher priority, as long as there's not decorating to do. Nobody else, though. Cryptomancer, I guess, technically higher priority? Just by chance? But Cryptomancer is going to have other stuff that's ranked higher than 5 on these rankings, almost assuredly. So let's just bump that up. Still lower priority than researching, which is correct. But otherwise, operate things. Be good at things. Does anybody want to be operating? Maybe Whataburger. Whataburger looks like they're next in line when they're not ranching. And then there's some 2s out here, which are a little bit better than the 0s, but not by much. Catalina has no priorities at the moment. Maybe we should set those. Huh. Okay. Do the thing you're good at. Prioritize doing the things you're good at. I'm gonna watch this errands list. There's a lot of eggs over here. Five critters? That's it? But it's still overcrowded because there's a lot of eggs. And this doesn't track eggs. It just tracks critters. Not good enough. I need to have a critter sensor. So we know when to come in and kill critters. More water is melted. Understandably so. Number 1 on Cryptomancer's to-do list. Wow. Alright, Lunar Waffles is going to continue to have other tasks. That's fine. No power? Oh, yeah, no power. Fair enough. Hey, somebody's going to provide power for the base. Not a whole lot of power, though. All things considered. Like, 400 at a time is not actually enough to provide the entire network with the power that it needs. And there is, once again, nothing to do anywhere in this goddamn base. Okay, noted. Unreachable. Okay, it's understandable. Because this needs oxygen before it'll do the thing. Well, maybe we just ignore it for now. On the other hand, like, having a power source feels like a good idea. Feels like a nice idea. I think I would like to have a power source. I think I would like for a power source to exist. Unreachable, understandable, correct. I get it. It's fine. Can I build another one? Yeah, we do have enough glass to build another one. Okay, let's build another one after that. Not that any of this is reachable. Maybe I follow the elevation a little bit. That makes this easier. Right, so it's auto building within the space that's provided there. And that's not too high here. Because that dirt is going to stay still. Probably want to replace that dirt anyway, at some point. I guess if I disable this, they can just go open the doors? Let's see how bad an idea this is. Oh, Icarus got a skill point. What do you want to learn how to do, Icarus? Oh, I think I was gonna give you field research so that you could actually do the things in this base. That seems like a smart idea. I'm gonna continue doing that thing. Now that it's disabled, they can't just go out there. Alright, let's watch and see how bad of an idea this is. Let's not have everybody out there, though. Alright, so now they're in vacuum. Holding breath, chilly surroundings. Okay, that's fine. Who's idle? Icarus. That's fine. You're not out here. You're not, like, out here and trapped, which is the problem that I was looking to avoid. Well, that doesn't seem like it adversely affected people. So maybe I just disable this? And they just go out there? Surface breach. Yes, intentional. New log entry. Surface breach. My duplicants have done the impossible and excavated their way to the surface, though they've gathered some disturbing new data for me in the process. As I had begun to suspect, we are not on the target location, but on an asteroid with a highly unusual diversity of elements and resources. Further, my duplicants have spotted a damaged planet on the horizon, visible with the naked eye, that bears a striking resemblance to my historical data on the planet of our origin. I will need some time to assess the data the duplicants have gathered for me, and calculate the total mass of this asteroid, although I have a suspicion I already know the answer. Really? Amazing! My duplicants have managed to breach the surface of our rocky prison. I should be careful. The region is extremely inhospitable, and I could easily lose resources to the vacuum of space. That's what airlocks are for. Surface breach. Neat. Intensely bright. Oh. Yeah, it probably is. Oh, right. I forgot about the thing that I was gonna do with the other stuff. Okay. The bright light is significantly improving this duplicate's mood, but prolonged exposure may result in burning. So it's stressful. But it's also a morale boost? Interesting. Oh, intensely bright is actually negative stress. Negative 5% stress per cycle. It's not a morale boost. It's just a stress thing. Okay. So then we re-enable this and send everybody inside for now until the light thing fixes itself. I can't yet do the direct automation thing that I wanted because I don't have an exit yet. But once I have an exit, I can do that thing. Yeah, I know. What do I do for idle people? We need to have some other projects. What are my other projects for people? Oh, I can't just leave this open either. Super breathable in here. Which means let's open this up. I can't just overwrite the tile, okay. Let's lose some oxygen. Lux meter? People are still idle. Stop it. Just go do things. Do we not have anything to do? I guess I could start building out the piping to get water down to the fracking facility. That's at least something to do. What did I do here? But I want this to be like a low priority build. Right? Like, do this after you've done everything else. Because it really does not matter right now. Less urgent. Where is this actually going to go? We're going to here. That's the plan. That's the original plan, anyway. Oh, this is a bit of a hassle to get to, actually. I can't go straight through here because I didn't leave enough gaps. I guess I add more gaps then. That's actually what we're doing. So leave this here for now. Trapped. Who's trapped? You're trapped? Not really, though. You're about to be not trapped. You're like inches away from being not trapped. I'm not really worried about it. Now that this one thing is done, we can plumbing overlay, deconstruct this. Rowan earned a skill point. Do I want to teach you skills? I think I do want to teach you skills. Oh yeah, get better at carrying things. Seems reasonable. Nice and straightforward. Love it. Love it. You'll love to see it. Do we have anybody capable of ranching in this colony? Or on this planet, rather? Also, the lighting is probably better now. Lighting is definitely better now. Oh, man. I could enable and disable this building. Until I figure out the timing for the other thing. That's a little messy. But as long as it doesn't have oxygen, they can't get through it. That's so hacky. But it's the one-way door I was looking for. So I guess that works for now. Utility, not utilities, automation. Cycle sensor. I do eventually want to hook it up to this door. But for now, we can hook it up to this thing. I also want ladders here. If I put ladders here, will I still be able to put a cycle sensor there? Probably not, huh? Okay. So I guess we're putting it here. Look at him go! Can't breathe out there! No kidding, buddy. And now our work here is done. Oh, printables. Really? Tell me more. Still not printing dupes, though. Ooh, snazzy suit. I love it. Also food. I love food. Do I love food more than I love suits? Suits are further away from me actually making them. Who is currently unsuited? Who still needs a suit? Lots of people still need suits. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Who do I give suits to? I don't know. Whoever's lowest morale out of the unsuited people. I wish I could see this information without needing to... close this window. I think I can, actually. Vitals window? Sort by morale? And people on this planetoid. This does not look like it's sorting by morale, actually. Whatever. 21 is the lowest number, so we'll give it to Meemaw. Not doing a very good job. Oh, they're sorting by morale requirements, not by current morale. That's not the information I was looking for? Maybe I should have given it to Regnar then. I guess I still can. Does Regnar already have a suit? Regnar does not already have a suit. Alright, we'll give it to Regnar. Just like that? I just like that too. That's irritating. It's not what I was looking for. How are we for skill points? Does anybody still need skill points? Anybody I am willing to give skill points to needs skill points. No. Good morning. Time to go out into space. It's actually getting built. We're building a solar panel, you guys. I've never built a solar panel before. I'm very excited. Or rather, I've built a solar panel before, and it ended up not working out very well. I'm pretty excited to have a solar panel that I can build that's actually going to work out. Who's suffocating? Oh. Can you get back? I see. I understand why this is a problem. Please don't die. Thank you. Thank you for not dying. Boy, sand. Who knew? And it's about to be too bright. So let's enable this building. Hello. Please move back. Nope. Get out of here. Yeah. Not needing bunker doors over the solar panel makes the solar panel a lot better. Alright, that's good enough. bright and cheerful. Yep. I'm waiting for them to finish building this thing. I guess this is deconstructible as it stands. Let's prioritize these bad boys. Oh, I see what I did. Now all building is being low priority because I've made unfortunate decisions. Back up to 5. Just forbid them from passing the airlock if I don't want them to go out at all. Yep, I could. That's actually a much... I don't know why I was so set on like, oh, this is a good idea, this thing that I'm doing. I could just manually do it rather than doing it via automation. I like that better. I don't know why I decided on this thing. I'm very good at games. But yes, the plan is to have one door that is exit only, and then one door that is both ways that gets turned off via automation at times. But the automation isn't building yet. Or hasn't been built yet. And this can just stay disabled until we actually get oxygen up here. And I don't know how much oxygen it needs to get a single mask out. Like, I can see whether or not it's full, but that doesn't tell me whether or not it can get a mask on. Also, hi, Gomblar. Welcome to the stream. Today we are working with space. This is not a thing that we have done very much. This is new and exciting. Door is built. That's a good start. Need to make sure that this tile gets built. No suit, no mask, no problem. Yeah, as long as it's not, like, painfully cold. Still safe currently. No power, so things are very slow. Now it's too hot. So, nobody's allowed out. Also, come back in. Hey, we did all the research. Good job. We researched glass blowing. This is relevant to me somehow. I don't think it's relevant. It's just a thing to do. And as long as there are things to do, we will continue to do things, is where I'm at with research. I don't actually feel like I need to do any of the remaining things. But so help me, there are buttons to push. So buttons will be pushed. Multiplexing. I feel like I'm pretty far away from multiplexing being relevant. Route a single input signal out of one of 4 possible outputs based on the selection made by the control inputs. Fascinating. Yeah, none of this feels super important. Right? Like, plastic is very far away. Jetsons. What? Needing Oxalite feels very far away. I guess I could also spend this time to work on an actual spacecraft, which means setting up for steel. We sure haven't done that yet. Flow redirection. Whatever you say. Mechanical surfboard. Yeah, absolutely. Notification systems? Do I want this? I think this I might actually want. But then past that, it's difficult to imagine that things here are things I actually want. Solid filter. Damn. I guess. Let's start making steel. Let's give Smellola something to do. People here are doing things, I have noticed. They're not, like, out of things to do. But we are definitely not set up to do the things that I want to do yet. All of this needs to get swept up. This needs to be analyzed. Tell me how the cool salt slush geyser works. And then this place is actually safe. Relatively. That can be swept up. How did this even get there? Wow. Oh, the problem with steel is I need a better power source than I have. What am I going to do for power? I guess at the moment, my only real option is additional coal generators. Which, like, we have coal, right? That's not a problem. We have coal? We have coal. I don't know why it looks like it's empty. It's not empty. Maybe it is empty. I don't know. Whatever. It's doing its thing. It's fine. We have room to store coal here. I don't know why we're not storing coal next to the coal generator. That feels like it would be a reasonable thing to do. This only does this stuff, and we're not making... I don't think we can make steel here, can we? It's fine. Obsidian to sand. We do have a lot of obsidian. Would I ever use obsidian for building? Can I? I totally can. It increases the overheat temperature. Oh, it's actually useful. Just like granite. Except less valuable than granite, because granite makes things pretty. Fossil has no redeeming value, but is in fact a building material. I could build tiles out of fossil. I'm sure the dupes would love that. Continue just converting fossil to lime. I think that's fine. So what am I actually gonna do about metal refinery and its 1.2k power intake? Find a place that I am okay with just being super ugly. And also reasonably warm. And then supply power. Maybe I'll put it here. That way the warmth output is actually doing me some good. And then it's just forever to get here. And also there's no oxygen here. But this is just, this doesn't need duplicate operation. Oh, it does need duplicate operation. Balls. What am I going to do about not being able to breathe here? I guess there's still breath up here, so it's not too terrible. And honestly, I can open this up and start leaking oxygen down here. We just need to do something about the gases that are already here, like the infinite amount of chlorine and carbon dioxide and hydrogen. Wow, this is some pretty packed in hydrogen. Fascinating. I do like the idea of putting it in a place where the heat is useful, as opposed to a place where the heat is being mitigated. Oh yeah, this is still overall cooling off rather than warming up. The temperature influx from the surrounding area is not high enough. Okay, let's just put it here then. I mean, I still have to do the power thing for it. And I don't know how I'm doing that other than coal right now, which is messy, but doable. But yeah, okay. Metal refinery. Here we go. Oh, and I can even run the piping through here. That's not a bad idea. Like, it's just in the right place for it. So that's great. Is that going to cause problems? Like, if I stick this here, is that going to potentially cause this to try and run the other direction? It might. Which means this has to be manipulated. Okay, so let's turn this off until I'm ready to do the thing. And then for power, there's not really better options than coal right now here. So we'll just do coal. Actually don't like that, because we do still need a battery for it. Yeah. Okay. So we have to have a smart battery. I think I want this to open up. And then we can come down here and put the other one below it. Does this need to open up? Guess it doesn't matter one way or the other, right? Might as well. And I want to have some coal storage near here. And then this is all going to have to be heavyweight, unfortunately. Like, it's just going to be ugly. I mean, I guess I could do it out of conductive wire instead. But it's going to be ugly anyway, because it's all industrial machinery. So I'm not extra worried about it. And the particular type of ore I use here doesn't matter, so we'll just use iron. To here. To here. Coal generator. We're going to need 2 coal generators, I think. Just to make sure that it can keep up with the refinery when it's being used. And then automation. To the battery. And also prioritize this so I can build a coal storage thing here. Alright, folks, come out and do the thing. Alright, and then the new plan for piping here is... How am I doing this? So I do like just taking this in. But this I can't just have sitting on it. This needs to be a separate thing. And I think the best way to do that is deconstruct this. And then build a bridge over this thing. And have it just be 2 exits rather than something connecting to an entrance. Picked up 10 kilograms of snow. That's so much snow. Idle. Don't like that. Ah, this got built. Good. Light overlay. What time is it? So active duration. How are we doing this? I guess I need to watch when this is available, huh? I mean, for now, just be active all the time. And we can let people through here. Can this just connect? No, it cannot. Because it can't go through this space, so it has to be regular wire. It will fry? What do you mean it'll fry? What'll fry? Hello? What is the problem? I wasn't going to connect regular wire to heavy watt. I was going to connect this to heavy watt, which is separate from this thing, which is connected to regular wire. But I can't connect this to heavy watt because I can't go through the door. Like, I'm not going to just run the heavy watt directly into the regular wire. What do you take me for? I make mistakes, but I'm not stupid. God damn it, chat. No, the question was whether or not I could build this. And the answer is no, I can't. So we have to do it this way and not connect it to the heavy wire. I literally didn't do that thing. Literally did not do the thing that you're accusing me of doing, but thank you. Alright, cool. So this is open. And we can set this as only entry. And then set this to be automated. Right? The automation is in place? No, the automation is not in place. I didn't build the wire. The Solar's Dance? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a beneficial thing to do, as opposed to a waste of power. Also, all of this solar energy definitely going to good use right now. So I want to stay here and watch the timing, so I know when to activate and deactivate this thing. Active duration is still pretty big. It's a matter of when I deactivate. It's probably at noon, right? And the question is when I deactivate. Oh, this is just opening or closing rather than enabling or disabling. That's not what I want. That's really not what I want. Wow. How do I manage permissions? Oh, with a checkpoint. I manage permissions with a duplicate checkpoint, which is different than the thing that I'm doing right now. How big are duplicate checkpoints? Duplicate checkpoint? Station? Duplicate checkpoint? It's not in automation? And it's also not in stations? Where is it? Base, maybe? I do have it researched, right? Maybe I don't have it researched? Wind tunnels. No, not those things. I don't have it researched. Ah, okay, well, new plan. Alright, so the current plan is still, not this thing that I'm doing. Locked? No, no, no. Auto. Also, this is starting to get really irritating. Can we prioritize this stuff? Not the doors themselves. The doors can be 5s. But, like, actually build the wire, please. That would be nice. Alright, this needs to be deconstructed because I'm probably gonna... I need to build the checkpoint here. Deconstruct. Which means I'm gonna have to move the ladder, which means I have to move the cycle sensor. Way too bright outside right now. The doors cheese the atmospherics? Kind of. So, my understanding is the reason this works as an airlock is because you open one door. By the time you get to here, these open up, this door closes. And then this door, like, the timing of the doors works out because of the intermediate doors. But also the intermediate doors, when they close, they crush the atmosphere. So, like, you can't have air in a closed door space. So, any type of gas that gets in this space just gets destroyed by the closing of the door. I had a question. And the question was... Is this thing 2 high or 3 high? If anybody knows the answer to my duplicant checkpoint conundrum, I would appreciate that knowledge. Because this is going to have to extend further out. I don't think I want you going out right now, do I? I do not. Past 72k lux, apparently, is the magic number. They are at risk of getting sunburn, which is high stress and maybe some other problems. So I kind of want them not out in the sun when it's too bright. Not like that amount of stress is actually a problem, but it is a small problem that is solvable via automation. So that is how I am going to solve it, because I can. Not because it's relevant, but because I can. How are we doing over here now? This is getting kind of high pressure. Not like a lot of high pressure, though. It's about the same pressure as the chlorine. Yeah, this could open up. I could stand to open this up. Push some of the oxygen out. With the chlorine, push it up. I guess that'll only work if the oxygen here is higher pressure than the oxygen here, huh? So this isn't doing anything relevant to me right now. So let's close it again. Everybody's idle. Of course, at this point, it's perfectly fine to go out. So let's have them stop being idle. How's stuff over here going? Is the stuff doing the thing? Are the people doing the thing? Unreachable build. Yeah, they gotta build the ladders. 9 that ladder, baby. Plumbing. We gotta build a bridge. Like this. Oh, the Salt Slush Geyser is doing the thing. Good job, Salt Slush Geyser. Alright, so this is now even closer to doing the thing I want it to do. It's not exactly there, but it's getting there. This thing is ready? This thing is ready. Sweet. Now we just gotta connect. Cool. So we just need to get this thing kickstarted. This goes, that's the correct settings. We can enable this building. And now we need to provide some amount of energy or ship over some of this hydrogen. How about you just run all the time? For a little bit. We'll burn off some hydrogen. Ah, that doesn't seem to work, does it? This is like flashing on and off. It's not exactly what I wanted. But maybe it'll help. I think we're still trending up. I think this doesn't actually help. I'm watching that number. What am I printing? Could print a Pokeshell spawn. I could print food. I'm not printing any of these dupes. I think we are still not ready to print more dupes. Instead, we are printing food. Yeah, the strobe is a little awkward. It does look like it's burning off some of the hydrogen, though. I think the best way to do this is double generator? Double manual generator? And then once it's actually going... What does this say? No, we need those numbers to change. How are we doing this? 800 and, like, a lower number, a higher number? 900? If above 800. This is if above 900. And hopefully these numbers work. Oh, this guy's still up here flopping around, huh? This Paku never made it down. Wild. What is this? Super focused. Oh, high morale. Yeah, ooh, very high morale. Nice. What is the effect of super focused, actually? I guess we'll never know. No effect. It just is. It's unlikely. Now we need storage bin here. It's still not late enough in the day that I need to go fix things. I need to fix around here, when the dark is around this part of the cycle. So actually, let's go watch, yeah? Let's go see what's going on the other side. Oh, I didn't build this thing that it's not going to be built in time. Can we finish this? Is that okay? What if we just finished this and actually had power for our things? Wouldn't that be great? Where are we at here, actually? This is still safe. So this is about where I want it to stop. Is at this point in the cycle. You guys are doing the thing here. Some amount of doing the thing is occurring. Now we need to make sure that this gets prioritized so that the other stuff can get prioritized eventually. Idle. How dare you? This thing is still not built, but somebody's working on it. We're still trending upwards. That's fine. I'm going to allow it. But I want to watch where it starts trending downward. Here. Have something to do. Not this. Cancel that. This is what I want you to do. And then about the, like, 73k mark is, I think, where we set the time as turn off. Like, here. Here is about where it can turn back on, I think. And then I have to figure out when here I need to turn it off. But anyway, this can be open now. Is it working? Is it connected? Power. Looks like it's connected. Is it actually? Why are these not charging? Oh, because it's sending here first, and then it's sending there. Alright, cool. Cool! Which means we don't need this anymore. Get out of here. I mean, we'll just disable it for now instead of deconstructing, but... We did it, you guys. We have solar power. It's working. The system works. Probably. Sweet. Alright, so now I need to run another power transformer down to stuff down here, and then we can stop using coal, which is delightful. And all of this stuff will always have power. And then we can always rejigger things when we need to for further power networks. Like the power network that's going to run the fracking. This is now slightly over pressure. Right? Even it out a little bit. Is that energy efficient, having your panels oscillate up and down like that when they're operating? Yeah, it helps the absorption, right? Like so like if you think of driving in the rain, like the faster you drive, the more rain impacts your windshield because you're kind of pushing it forward through the raindrops. It's exactly like that, except with sunbeams. It makes sense, right? Yeah, I thought so. Somebody in this colony does eventually need to learn how to ranch, assuming I'm going to be doing ranching. How's the food poisoning out here? Not ideal, certainly. Alright, time to do Lux monitoring again. God, I'm gonna need a glass forge, aren't I? So then around the, like, 68k mark, I think, is where I want to shut off the checkpoint. So, like, here. What time is it during the day? Oh. That looks about right. And then at this point, we can start letting them back out. And for now, the way we're doing this is just by not letting them out. Cool, but this is all working. Well, that's delightful. And this oxygen mask station was wholly unnecessary. I mean, it would have been nice. And it probably would be even nicer in the future when they have to go bigger distances to get out and accomplish goals. What is the current temperature of this thing? 15 degrees. Not like oxygen masks should work in a vacuum. I mean, this is a mask preloaded with oxygen. It's not a filtration mask. That's why, like, it's a disposable scuba gear, I guess? Except not underwater breathing apparatus and outside breathing apparatus with scuba. It's scuba. That's what it is. It's disposable scuba. Oh, it should be for chlorine or carbon dioxide, not zero pressure. Oh. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about real physics, yeah, you're probably right. Alright, so now what else is this base gonna work on? We gotta give these idiots something more to do, huh? This we probably open up. That's part of the problem here. Oxygen bottle only in space will just kill you faster. Really? I guess it has to be like... I mean, I know the threat in space is not just lack of oxygen. It's the depressurization. Depressurization. Which, fortunately, our dupes don't have to deal with. For some reason. Somehow. It's safe, I guess. Space exposure. Cool. All right. So what is the next project for this this poor idiot colony? Is it glass? Or are we making glass in the other place and then sending it over here when we need to? That might be more feasible. Oh, it all got built. Huzzah. You consumable ore, coal. Store like 5K. That's slightly higher priority than the other coal storage. This needs to be set to 70-30. Really sucks. Yeah, correct. The automation is in place. Great. So we can start making steel, right? Oh, we need refined carbon. What makes refined carbon? That's a kiln? Refinement? Kiln, I think? Let's stick this one over here. This is also a heat producer. Absolutely a heat producer. Alright, so we need to deconstruct this. 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 And we'll put the kiln here. I need to figure out what the... I still need to figure out what the other colony is doing, which we haven't yet. What are we doing here? What task will I set people to? In this... our primary base. Secondary base. Different from primary. Oxygen is doing A-okay. Love it. You love to see it. This place is breathable but heavily pressurized. It's fine. It is what it is. Food poisoning still a problem. Slight amounts of food poisoning everywhere. Slight amounts of food poisoning in many places. Not everywhere. Am I doing anything here other than fracking? That's the question. Also, are either of you... Is anybody currently in this place gonna do the ranching? Seems like the answer is no. I should maybe teach one of you to grill. Looks like Ruby's probably the safer one to teach to grill. Assuming Ruby doesn't have, like, explicit bad at cooking technology. Ruby, what is your deal? Irritable bowel, that's fine. Not creative. but otherwise not a problem. So you are as good as anybody else at grilling. Fine. Oh, I thought it's not supposed to be emitting chlorine because it's underwater. I guess it doesn't count as underwater? Ooh, where are you going with this? No, 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 no. We are not storing bleach stone over here. Good heavens. Nope. Nope. This is not where the bleach stone goes. Thank you. Just do not sweep. Good. Good. Fine. People are idle, so we still need to fix this idle thing. Am I going to build a farm anywhere? Do I want to farm things? I can't really farm anything that needs water. This place is going to be short on water pretty much forever. Do I want to start setting up to use this ethanol? Like, I feel like I should be accomplishing something here, but I don't know what the thing is that I should be accomplishing. In theory, we now have power for everything. Oh, I should set up the power source. That's the thing I should set up. Power. Power. Please click buttons. Set up a power transformer number 2 over here. Give it some tiles. Find a water vent. I don't think this asteroid has a water vent, Laureolus. Have you played with the expansion much? You can just connect this and be okay with it, and then figure out an alternate solution for other networks if I need other networks. That at least is something for them to work on. That's something for them to do. See a vent in that salt biome. You mean the oil reservoir? In that salt biome. I'm not seeing what you're seeing, buddy. Yeah, it is just the wall. This they're still working on. They haven't done the thing yet. So start building kiln here. This awaiting coolant, huh? Did I do it wrong? Oh, I just never turned this back on. Haha. Now that'll work. Do we just start doing this forever? What about forever? But we are gonna need some steel if we want to put stuff over in the other place. And then, is this a good place to do glass stuff? Maybe. How does glass work? It's not refinement? Is it a station? Is it a utility? Excuse me? Did I not research it? Thought I researched it. I really thought I researched everything to do with glass. There's like a glass forge, right? It's like a separate thing that you use that makes glass. Maybe I just didn't make it. Or didn't research it. Solid materials. Yes, over here. Ah, I haven't researched it. Okay. Well, that's irritating. Molten glass from raw sand, of course. Outputs high temperature liquid. No, it outputs glass. Why would you lie to me like that? I guess it outputs liquid glass. So I guess that counts as a high temperature liquid. This is going to want some other storage. So I think... we'll just do it this way, is what we'll do. Because this needs a thing in order to... I don't need the ceramic. Maybe I need ceramic. Ceramic is pretty cool. Oh, but we already have coal over here. So this is only if I want to store clay over here for the purposes of making ceramic. And honestly, what else am I going to do with the clay? We might as well. Seems as reasonable as anything else. Is this thing working? Disabled. Good. That's correct. Oh, it happened again. Why are you idle? There's definitely things to do. You just lying to me? There's not definitely things to do. There's really not that much. I still need to figure out what I'm doing over here. We still don't have a rancher. We still don't have a griller. I think I just need to send a rancher over. But one of you can be promoted to griller as soon as I decide what I am actually doing with this electric grill. Oh, I can make barbecue. We have local meats. What have we killed in order to create local meats? Alright, well, time for Ruby to become a griller, I guess. She has sufficient morale for that. I do like that plumbing hat, though. Alright, Ruby. Congratulations, you've been promoted. Which means you will have to spend some time on doing this thing at a higher priority than any of the other things you are doing. I think this is where we just do this the whole way across to leave priorities the same, but still prioritize cooking. Seems like a good idea. And then we can't make anything else because nothing else exists at the moment. That's fine. What else might I make? Mush fries, I suppose. Ugh. Boo. Gristleberry, I suppose? If we farm gristle things? None of this other stuff works here. I guess fish would work here. Maybe it's just barbecue. Maybe we just start ranching hatches for meats. It's not a bad idea either. We could set up a hatch ranch. Hatch ranch can be actual anywhere. Maybe I'll build it over here where the hatch is already hanging out. That's convenient. And this is like slightly easier to get to than if I build it up here. And closer to the kitchen. Sure. That's not unreasonable. So let's get that in place. Let's position that appropriately. We just do it here. I think this is how we do it. Door. Ooh, no, this isn't gonna work because I can't cut through. I do not want to cut through the abyssalite. Okay, so we can't do it here. I guess we do it over here then. That's a weird place to do it. Everything is a weird place to do it. All places are weird. Everything is weird here. Gosh. Okay, so just further over, like down here maybe? Then I'm not cutting through the abyssalite. I want to do it further up. I think I do it here, which is still like a weird place for it, but I guess it's better than nothing. There's no other good spot, like, adjacent to my base. I guess unless I do it up here? I gotta figure out what to do with all this water first. I don't really have a good place to dump the water. I don't have a water dump anywhere. Yikes. And this stuff can't be deleted, unfortunately. Well, I don't want to delete the teleport system anyway, but... so I can't use, like, this space. I could use this space, maybe. On the other side of the teleporter. That's pretty adjacent. What do I feel about that? How big does that space need to be? We're definitely killing off these puffs. This is all carbon dioxide in here? Okay. Amazed that this Nosh sprout is actually growing. The temperature's okay for you here? Wild. Oh, maybe we ranch Nosh sprouts. Or farm Nosh sprouts. They require ethanol irrigation. Oh boy. You know what? All of this, I think, is going to be a concern for another day. I think what we're doing now is saving and quitting, because it is, in fact, 6 p.m. So, save. Go to main menu.